Hi. Hi, so we're gonna yap today, but first things first. I did a poll, and so why is this? Can you hear the audio? Cause I can't hear the audio. Oh. I accidentally muted my audio. I was adjusting my audio like, oh, why can't I hear anything? I can't hear it. I hope, is this a good level, like, audio to, whatever. So, I'm so glad you guys, voted on Twitter that we're just gonna go ahead and reveal her. And we also want a Yap. So, oh my gosh, we have ears. We have ears. We also have a new setup. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, oh yeah. Oh, hi. No, I just look like I can't. Reach the Hi. Now I can kind of reach the desk. We're getting there. It's really hot in my room. Do. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hello. I know someone. Oh, you want floof? You want floof? I can give you floof. Hold on. Ready? Oh yeah. You betcha. Look at all this floof. Yeah, I was like, originally, I kept pushing off the debut date, and then I had to be determined, but I'm not really sure when I'm gonna be doing my next debut. So, I just kind of went ahead and decided that I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna ask the peeps on Twitter if, they would rather wait until the whole big debut, big lore video, all the new panels and stuff, or if we should just go ahead, rip the band-aid off and have some fun. And you all, I'm glad you all decided. We're like, yeah, let's be low-key about it. Let's just start streaming with the model. Now, I will say, I'm currently in the reworks of re-rigging this model because I have found so many better ways to rig a model. And so yeah, I'll be re-debuting this model once I finish the good rigging. But that's gonna be super low-key. It's literally just be like, hey guys, I redid all the rigging. Look at her. This is it. All right, moving on. That's the whole debut. So yeah, I'm still working on integrations with Twitch for this. Like, for example, we have our lovely flower petals. I'm also gonna be re-rigging those because I spent 4 hours. I realized I don't like how, you see how they don't move? They're very, very stiff. I kind of figured, I don't like how stiff they are. I spent 4.5 hours cutting out each flower petal. Each flower petal! So now I have so much pain for me. But you know what? It's okay. So additionally to that, you guys may notice my mouth tracking. My mouth tracking is a little bit better. because this model, I mean, this is the okay, so let me disclaimer. This is the first time I've ever done anything V-Bridger related. So there's actually a lot of V-Bridger parameters this version doesn't have. It has like the X, like where I can move my mouse side to side, and it's got the shrug. Yeah, so it's got like that, but it doesn't really have like purse lips, pucker, widen, that kind of stuff, which I'm currently working on. I've actually rigged the mouth completely on the new version. So that's actually finished. And let me tell you, when I do, you know, when I show off like the rigging for the new version of this, the rigging doesn't even compare to this model. That's how crazy I've improved in the last year. This is only the second model I've ever rigged. So it's kind of crazy to think just how much I've grown and I've improved. Like, it's crazy. Yeah. But anyways, my tangent before I distracted myself. We're gonna zoom her out a little bit. So we've got a couple different toggles here with my Twitch integrations. It's gonna be a thing where you can, like, redeem channel point rewards. It's additional, like, channel point rewards. So you know how you have, like, sound, you can do, like, sound, like, the bit alerts. You can do, like, the ah, but channel points instead. I'm gonna make these, toggleable options so you guys will be able to interact with her. She also has a pet, which you guys will also be able to, whenever you send TTS messages, it'll start talking. I haven't configured that yet, so it's not working. I haven't set any of that up because I didn't even rig the character's mouth. So yeah, that's gonna be on the new version. So we do have a couple of different toggles here. So obviously, we've got the tail up and down, which I love the tail up and down. I think it's super cute. Got the flowers. This version's a little cursed. But, I could be a regular ass human. Hi, I'm a regular ass human. Or, you know, I'm an egg. I'm a fucking egg. Yeah, I can't believe I did this stupid toggle. Actually, I think, what's even funnier is I can toggle the ears with the bald. You make it extra cursed. It doesn't even look right, but it's hilarious. So yeah. We've got, actually, hold on. I gotta zoom out for this a little bit. We got, whoopah! Look at her! Look at how she looks. Of course, she blinks when I blink, and it's also pretty scuffed too. If I zoom in as much as possible, you see the little paws. But now she has peats. Look at those little peatsies. Look at those feet. Look at them toe beans. Oh, we love those toe beans. This is like, I don't know if this is the mascot or just a pet, but it's supposed to be her daughter, who is also a human child. This cat is a human child. You know, don't believe her trickery. She is a human child. She just takes the form of a cat. But, you know, Leah doesn't even know that she's a human child yet. We've got this. We've got this little creature up here. This is Snack. So Leah is the protector of the snacks. I'm still working on, like, adding a little snack on this desk, because I think it would be funny. Or making a little snack in the corner that, like, shouts out all the, like, donations and stuff. I think that would be pretty cool. If I don't want him there, I've got a little one on my shoulder. It's also really scuffed. So we have that. I gotta show off the my excited. I'm super I love these expressions. Oh yeah. Wah, wah. I can stick my tongue out. We got it's in my bum. Super cute. I got the fuck did you just say to me in my Minecraft server? You know, like this is the face, like, you know, she's sick and tired of chat. Chat has been bullying way too much and they need to die. Yeah. Abba! Hi, Abba! Oh god, I didn't rig it right! Oh god! The face thingy! I already took it. We're good, love. We're good. It's all good, Sneck. Isn't this the saddest expression you've ever seen? Like, I think it's so sad. I just want to give her a hug. But, Billy Mace. But wait, there's more. I can be wintry. Cause you know, she's literally a shrine maiden. I haven't done, I'm gonna do an additional thing on the new version of this model. But, I can't really show with this model yet, so you just have to suck it up. We have winter. We have spring, which I don't like this green anymore. But yeah, we have spring. We have summer, which I don't like this yellow anymore. And we have fall, which I really love this color for her. Ah. I love it. I love this model so much. If anybody, like, really loves the art, especially, like, the eyes are, like, super stylized and super pretty. Her name's Kitten. I have her tagged on my Twitter, right on my profile. So you guys are free to check out, like, she does VJing commissions and all that kind of stuff. I love her art. Epic RGB Gamber Fox. I should make a parameter option where she is, like, she cycles through the RGB. Oh yeah. But wait, there's one more. Oh god, her tongue is stuck out. Well, this is broken. Can you tell this is only my second rig? Oh gosh. The way I feel. Wish there was another way. No. But oh god, tracking lost. Tracking lost. Hold on, what? Oh, there's like shit on the camera screen. Hold on. You down. Put it back together again. Hello, iPhone? Hello? This is why Android is better. I broke her. She's connected. Oh. I think Did the iPhone just disconnect? I think I think it disconnected from V-Bridger. That was weird. But yeah, so this is my new setup. This is basically what my new stuff is gonna look like. Some new things that I'm gonna be also doing additionally is if I go to sounds, and this is the fun part. This is the reason why I wanted a stream deck so bad, and I'm so glad I have one. So, you know, we got, you know, whenever something's doing good. Yay! Yay! That's really loud. I need to adjust that audio. We have like you do. I say something out of pocket. I love these sounds. I love them so much. Ah! You know, am I being super adorable? Oh my gosh. We have just standard like Yep. I got y'all quit looking at my titties. Caught in 4K. And this one was kind of inspired by a VTuber I used to love watching. His name's Kenji. Y'all know his signature sound effect is boom. This is recorded in front of a live studio audience vibes. Yeah. Like some iCarly bullshit. Like, you know? Not the hand thing, like the recorder thing. They press the button and it plays like a sound effect. I still have a lot of sound effects I want to add. I'm trying to figure out if I can import my own. If I can import my own, that'd be great. If I can't, oh well. Do I have anything else on here? Oh yeah, obviously, you guys have so far seen it. I have like the new panels. I have all of those, which I made all of them myself. The original panels that I had, they were pre-made assets that I got off of Etsy. And so I decided it was finally time that I had my own. So I made and animated them myself. The falling flower petals are still a pre-bought asset. Oh my gosh, I didn't even oh my gosh, I didn't show you guys the best part. I never showed you guys the best part because I didn't enable it. I didn't enable it. Testing model? Yes, we're testing model. So Lonivo live on Twiwo? Yeah. So this is the best part. I was so happy. I commissioned an artist to make me a logo, and I turned it into a stinger. So let me show you. Let me show you. Oh my god. I was so excited when I got it. She literally pumped it out in like less than a week. Like this person was so fast and her quality is so good. I was so excited. I was so happy. I'm still so happy. Like that was the first person I've ever commissioned for on VGen too. So when I found Hey! Dick Sword? Why did you pause my audio? That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. So yeah, this is the model. This is what I'm gonna be looking like from now on. I'm super happy with the aesthetic. I love the pink and the teal, which is really funny. Cause I know as a kid, I loved pink. So I painted my bedroom this bright neon pink. And I fucking hated it. It made me hate the color pink so much. I hated pink. And then I started like streaming and stuff. And then later on I was like, I really like sakuras. Like, I really love cherry blossoms. I think they're super pretty. And I want to make a character based off of that. And I already had Leah, so I went, Leah's my main OC. Why don't I just make her like my main mascot? And why don't I just give her a good redesign? So her aesthetic is inspired by punk rock, but also cherry blossoms. And I just realized I didn't show you the entirety of the model. So let us zoom out onto the table. I'm dancing on the table. New Heavy looks good. The animations when you move are mildly cursed. Yeah. Yeah, as you can tell, probably, this is literally only my second time rigging a model. So there's still a lot to be improved on. I'm still really happy with the tail though. But yeah, I love it. My only worry with this model is I hope it doesn't potentially get me banned off Twitch because she does, like, you know, she's more showy. She's not sexual per se. She's just more flashy. I didn't want her to be like super. The head is not attached to the neck. Oh, yeah. I also need to fix that. Why does my audio music keep pausing? Why are you like this, Discord? Why do you keep pausing my music? No. I'm gonna fight back. I'm angry. Why? Why are you like this, Discord? Why? But yeah. Sexual. Did you see other streamers on Twitch? Yeah, I know. There's literally streamers that show, like, full nipple and stuff. Or, like, full titty. Or, you know, these VTubers that stream and they literally have like their entire hip showing. They have like the underbutt showing, like all of the thighs, good portion of the titties. And they get banned and they're like, huh, why did I get banned? I'm so confused. Why did I get banned? It makes no sense. Honey, Twitch has set a TOS for VTubers. Now, I can honestly understand. Twitch does have kind of a hard-on when it comes to VTubers for some reason. Like, I have seen a lot of VTubers get banned for really, really dumb reasons that I don't think are fitting. But there's also some VTubers on here that it's kind of like, I'm not even trying to be mean, but it's just more like, but they're just following a standard. VTuber breaks TOS. Twitch bans them. VTuber, surprise Pikachu. Bro, they get so surprised. It's like, your model is beautiful. Like, your character is stunning. But some models, like, Twitch has to follow a standard because there are kids on here. Even if you set your stuff to, like, 18 plus. Like, I'm 18 plus. Because, you know, I curse. I curse like a sailor. And I say really, really bad sex jokes. Because I think it's funny. But, it doesn't give you an excuse to just, like, show full titty. I do think it's also kind of, like, sad how everything's so over-sexualized, though. Just because a model is suggestive doesn't necessarily mean it's sexual. But it's kinda goes both ways, I think. Don't forget you have Snack on stream, too. Yeah. Look! I have Snack on stream. Guys, say hi to Snack. Look at him. He's a good boy. I'm gonna have it on the, new immersion. He's gonna be able to blep when I blep. sailor, you say, "What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?" I only know that song because I had a friend who used to always sing that song. Well, Snack. Be a good boy. Be a good boy. So, another thing I wanted to talk about though. This is something I've really desperately been wanting to get into, you know, just like literally every other VTuber. But, you know, I go bed now. You have good. Have a good one, boy. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. I think my voice is already trying to kill itself. Yay! I got way too excited. So, I want to start doing like covers and stuff. I don't think I have the prettiest voice in the world. There's definitely, but there could be more to be desired. My voice isn't that great. I mean, I don't think so, but I've been told otherwise. But I really want to start doing covers, but also I really want an excuse to get back in. No, Funk. I don't have the voice of an angel. I don't. What the fuck is that emote? Ew. Ew. Arrest this man, officer. What the fuck? Arrest this guy right now. Straight to jail. Right to jail. Being horny on main. Straight to jail. Yeah, you just been caught in 4K, bro. You know what? You just... Fuck. Snack. Smile for the camera! Now you got me snorting. God damn it. Shit, what was I gonna say? You made me lose my train of thought? The cover thing. I want to start making my own covers, but I mostly want an excuse to be able to start learning the violin again. I really, really want to get back. I used to be super good at playing the violin. I have my violin. I used to be really good at it. I can't remember what the difference between the A string and the G string is now. Ew, G string. Wait, violins don't have a G string. Panties? My violin doesn't wear panties. Wait a minute. You heard me? My violin doesn't wear panties. No. Don't flood my DMs. I'll take Snack off my head. I'll take you off my head. I'll sit on your head instead. Wait a minute. No. Why? Why are you bonking me? I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not being horny on main. That's Snack. You all should attack Snack instead. You know what? That's it. You're being punished. Get off my head. Off my head, sir. You wouldn't mind. Bro, that is crazy. That is fucking crazy. This man has no shame. What the fuck? Bonking both of us. Bonk him. Bonk him. I'm pure innocent here. I haven't done anything wrong. He's the one that be corrupting me. He corrupted me, guys. It's not my fault. I wonder... You made a mod after all. Well, I made him mod because, like... I made him mod because he's literally my fiance. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, he just kind of does his own thing. Oh god, am I gonna turn into one of those communities where all the mods just bully me? I mean, I know chat already bullies me, and that's kind of standard for VTubers, for mods to be like, or not mods, the chat's, you know, super bullying. I can't speak. I feel so flustered, and I don't know why. Why? Why am I like this? My face is hot. I might need to go turn my fan on. I don't want to, though, because you might hear it in the background a little bit. What cage? The fuck? What cage? VTubers and their communities are not the same. VTuber be like, oh, nice and sweet, like, oh, sugar and spice is a cinnamon roll. And then you have their community, who's literally feral. You're like trash pandas. You guys kind of just like dig through the trash and you just kind of bully anything that like moves. Like, that can't just be me that's noticed that, right? Like, that's genuinely a thing. Y'all are crazy. I don't understand you. Eyes. God, I've killed my throat. I have... Timeouts is a good tool. This is true. I need to set... What kind of Twitch things do I have on here? Oh yeah, I have a panic button. I can change my category? Does it actually work, though? No, it... Hold on. Does it work? It says it does. Oh, it does work! Yeah, it does work! Cool, I can change my categories on it. That's cool. Obviously, I've got clip. I have clip to chat, so whenever I clip stuff, I can have it clip and send to chat. Which is, you know, fun. Whenever it's like, oh, someone needs to clip that. Nope, I got it. I got you. I got you. Y'all have to beat me to clip now. Y'all have to beat me. Gotta race me. I'm too fast. Gotta be quicker than that. I am sweating. It is freaking hot in here. Like, I think it's like, it feels like it's like 80 degrees in here. Hold on. I need to turn my fan on. Fuck. Guys, it's 69 in the hallway, which I'm pretty sure it's like 78 in my room. 598. Okay. I've returned. It's because you're in your room. Really? Yeah? Is that what... Yeah? I was invested in the first place, so you were just helping. Also, bonk for snack. In fact, bonk for snack. He's such a bully, guys. You see what I have to put up with? This is who I have to put up with. On, oh shit, I lost tracking again. To add one thing, we're not forgotten. One thing you're, you know what I never did for this model? I never turned any of the smoothing off. Hold on. That's what I need to do. Okay, there we go. Bonks or breakfast. Mmm, yummy. We'll do like a smoothing of 5 instead of 20. Oh my god, guys. I turned smoothing on one of my eyes, but not the other. Oh, this is a pretty song. Oh my god, I have so many. Leaf. And you find a way to let me down slowly. Sympathy, I hope you can show me. Okay. Okay, that's a lot better. My mouth opens a lot more now. Okay, that's much better. Down, let me down, let me down. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you leave it, baby, let me down slowly. Uh, uh, ah, 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 ah. Did you rig pendant? Oh, like her necklace? Hold on. Like this little necklace? If that's what you're talking about, yes, I did rig. I rigged this entire model. Well, that's so much better. Yeah, I rigged everything, and I'm so happy. I was like, I could, be like every other person. I could, like, drop thousands of dollars on a model. I spent, what, 650 on the arts? Because I didn't think I was experienced enough yet to make my own art. That is not the case now. I definitely feel like I've learned a lot now. So that's really fun. I have started practicing doing live 2D art. So I'm getting better at that, and I'm super proud of my skills so far. I'm really proud of myself. So what I'm currently doing now is I'm just fleshing out my skill level so that, I have more examples on my vision. That turns into the most noticeable thing. Yeah, the head stuff could definitely be a lot better. I have found a way that both saves me so much time and makes it so much more efficient. Also, a thing that I wish I did for this was, like, when I move my head up and down, I wish I did it with the I wish I did it where the body was also. So when I lifted my head up, my shoulders would lift up, and when I lifted down, my shoulders would lower. I wish I did that to make it more expressive. Again, I am re-rigging this model. So this is not even like this is the rig before I decided it wasn't good enough and wanted to re-rig it. So I'm currently in the process of doing that, and I'm making it a lot more expressive. So far, there's actually a pretty big difference. Here, actually, I can show you guys. You're in trouble. Why are you in? Uh, mm, mm. Actually, let me see if I can show you guys. Hmm. I don't like this. I don't want to listen to this song. Do we have to work on this model? Yes, I absolutely will. I can show you what I'm. I'm gonna turn the hair off because I haven't finished the hair yet. Preview recording settings, external integration. Wait, what is the jaw not working? Why is the mouth not working? Why is the mouth not tracking? Well, that's... Hold on. I'm... What? What? Oh! Oh! I know why. I know why. I know why. Okay, hold on. So, I'm gonna do this real quick. Give me 1 second because we actually need to... I actually need to switch into a different model that I have uploaded, which is the unfinished version. So just note, this is an unfinished version, so it's gonna look really scuffed, but I need to, in order to show you, specific window. That's VTube Studio. Come on. Distraction. Alright. We'll just add a new... Where's my window capture? There it is. Oh god. Ew. Oh, ew, ew, ew! 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 Where's your upper teeth? Ew! Ew! Sorry. It showed her inner teeth. And I got really disgusted. Okay. So, this is actually the new model I'm working on. It's got... That is a tongue, I believe. That is... There we go. This is the new face right now. I haven't rigged the neck with it yet, so... It's actually, like, this is gonna be... As you can tell already, the face is a lot more expressive. Also, just take a look at those... Just take a look at those, like, Obviously, the nose is broken. But, I can do the Doki bird thing. But, it's definitely a lot more, it can actually track my lip syncing, so it's so much better. I'm currently in the works of doing, like, the tongue out, but the way I drew the tongue, it's giving me a lot of issues, so I have to figure out a different way to rig the tongue. So that's gonna be fun, but yeah, this definitely looks a lot better. I also kind of did a thing where I didn't do it on the original model, where... Let me move that. There we go. Where you can kind of tell I'm moving my head directly left to right. See how it curves? How my head, the head kind of curves up with each side, and if I lift up and I look to the left, it has a little bit of curve. Like, it's definitely noticeable here. It's definitely noticeable there. I love playing with this face so much. But I can't wait till this is actually done because, you know, personally, I think it's so much better. But for now, you get, fuck, where'd she go? You get... You get little old me. Looks so weird with no neck movement. Yeah, I haven't rigged the neck yet. I don't usually start actually rigging the neck till... Because I consider it as a part of the body. And I haven't started the body yet because, you know, I have my order in which I, your distraction didn't work. Yeah. He's so cute! I have such a cute... Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, my order in which I rig things, I think it's pretty standard, but usually I'll do the eyes and then the mouth, which when I do the mouth also includes the nose and the jaw, because you can't move the nose and the jaw, or you can't use blah, 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 blah. You can't move the mouth without moving the jaw and the nose. Because, you know, the thing with live 2D models versus like real life, obviously in real life when you like move when you move your mouth like regularly to talk, your nose doesn't really move. When we do the same thing for live 2D models, it often ends up making the model look a little bit flat and kind of non-expressive. So a lot about live 2D models is making them as expressive as possible. For example, you can notice on this model, whenever I blink, my ears wiggle just a little bit. And that's probably one of my favorite features. However, when I rig the new one, it's gonna be a whole lot more noticeable. Like, when I wink, when I raise my eyebrows, she also, like, her ears move. I want to make her ears more expressive, more fluid. I want her ears to be the thing that's, like, you know, my favorite focuses on the avatar is, yeah, my avatar has some great tits. You know, I like looking at them. They're very, very aesthetically pleasing. But that's not the focus of my model. I want the focus on my models to be the eyes and the animal parts. So, like, the ears, or, like, the tail. Because I love super floofy things, and I think super floofy things are super comfy. It's part of another reason why I gave her heterochromia, with her other eye being teal. need to sleep. Thank you for coming. You have a good night. I definitely appreciate it. But the great thing and why I chose the colors I chose is because pink and teal are very nice complementary colors. You have pink can be a very overwhelming color if there's too much of it, and Leah does have a lot of pink in her design. So I chose teal. One, because teal and blue is my favorite color of all time. Two, because teal is a complementary color of pink, and I feel like it really balances out the character. So yeah, and then of course all of the black accents is because she's got the punk rock style. I love the punk rock style. My tits have a great personality. you like the they have a very bouncy personality, you know? Like, why did I start talking like a fucking valley girl? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. We're just, you know, we just we're just kind of vibing. What? Yeah? Yeah? I mean, not to brag or anything, but, you know, titties, be nice. I'm kidding. Goonected! We're gonna connected. Goonected. Wanna be a gooner? Or a coomer? Why are you taking notes? Should I be scared? Why are you taking notes? Should I be worried? I think I should be worried. iPhone! I don't fucking know. Where's battery saver? I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost when it comes to iPhones. I know the bare minimum. I hate using iPhones if I don't have to. But unfortunately, with rigging, or with live 2D models, that's how you get the best tracking. Scuff. Oh, absolutely. We're only scuff here. Though, you know, with my Stream Deck and all of my different, scenes and stuff, the scuff is going to be much less, but obviously there's still going to be a little bit of scuff, but there's, you know, we now have ways that we can manage it. Like, my different scenes here, I already have everything, like, preset, so that I don't have to keep moving different little windows around, which is nice. Yeah. I don't... Ow. Is this what VTubers were talking about? Their face was, like, hurting? My face is already starting to hurt. Because, you know, when it comes to live 2D models, I keep saying that same, like, sentence in that same way. I need to, like, chill. But, there's a lot of puppeteering that you need to do, and it's really hard, because my iPhone sets kind of far away from where it's picking up my face, so the tracking is not as good as it could be. So that just means I have to be a little extra expressive. I'm also in the market for looking for, like, a stand for it, because right now I just have it propped up against one of my monitors. And it works. It works. It's scuff as hell, but it works. So, there's that. And, you know, it's fine. It works for now. The only unfortunate thing with the stand I want to find, I think I bookmarked it on Amazon, because a VTuber, like, said they were going to test it out, but they found it on Amazon and it looked really promising. I need to check back on that. But it's this iPhone stand that is also a charging station. Because iPhones are shit. This iPhone, the battery on it lasts maybe 3 hours with Live 2D on battery saver mode. And Live 2D has its own battery saver function. So it's Live 2D's battery saver mode and the iPhone's battery saver mode. So all of the battery saving features, and my iPhone still only lasts about 3 hours. It is like a used iPhone XR. I think it's an XR. So it's like an older model. I got it off of Best Buy. I got a gift card, $150 Best Buy gift card from my work. I wanted as a prize for at our Christmas party. And so because of that, I only spent about $10 on the iPhone. I didn't need the latest, newest technology. I just needed an iPhone that supports the latest version of ARKit tracking. So this one does. It's perfect for me. I don't need anything special. I just want something that I can use to have more expressiveness. Because the issue I'm gonna be having, it's gonna be so hard for me. My 3D model, I am already missing her so much because of the hand tracking. I love having hand tracking because I think it makes it so much more so expressive. So, because I don't have hand tracking, I talk with my hands. So, I have to find other ways to make the model more expressive. So, like, you know, having the super fluffy tail, having, you know, the expressions on the face, and, like, the way it moves, I want it to be extra big because I'm losing some of that expressiveness from my hand tracking. it's a balance, man. I didn't think it was gonna be such a, like, kind of nitty-gritty? Is that the word? It's such a, like, tight thing, or specific thing for Live 2D. I never would have thought just how, like, precise and just how specific it has to be, and how if you don't know how to puppeteer the model, if you don't have the right tracking, like, all of these little things, even just, like, certain parameters, like, I can have all of the parameters, I can have all the parameters in the world. I can have, like, super wide expressive eyes, a super expressive mouth, nose, like, a super expressive model, but if I don't know how to puppeteer that model, if I do not know how to move the model and fully use the entirety of those expressions, there's no use for having those detailed expressions. And another thing I've learned with practicing my rigging and stuff is you also have to fit in Live 2D Studio. You have to go in and manually change, like, the smoothing. I've turned the smoothing off, if not way down, on most of my parameters. But you also have to set the input to a certain point, because you might not get the full range of a parameter if you don't do that. If it's set to the default, which I think is usually 1. If you don't set it to the default, there's a good chance on some expressions you're not gonna... Like, I can give you guys an example here. Let's see. We'll do the eyes. We'll do the eyes, for example. So if I go to... What, I think the default smoothing for the blinking is 20. Okay. So, you see the default blink is 20. This is, like, when the smoothing is at 20, that's how I blink. You can tell I've already lost a good bit of that parameter because of its default smoothing. If I turn that shit to... Where's the other? Turn that shit to 0, though? Look at that. Plus, I have a lot more... I have a lot more range of it now. Now that I've turned the smoothing off. Now, as far as, like... a good example for custom setting the input. Let's do the mouth. That's mouths. We'll do mouth open. So this is the mouth open when it's set to the default. I'm opening my mouth, actually. It's as wide as I can possibly do it. This is really specific, too. Now, when I set the parameter to a custom, it might not be that noticeable, but to go from that to that, it is a little bit bigger. But, yeah, that's... That's pretty much, my whole thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And of course, I'm I'm a new artist, I'm a new rigger, I'm a new, like, VTuber technically, but, even as a beginner, these are things that I've learned from listening to other VTubers talk about it. Like, you have Shy Lily, who talked about puppeteering. That was super, like, wow, okay. One clap for TED Talk. Yes. That was good. Good speaking, Neo. Good job. You didn't fuck up once. But yeah, I've just picked up so many different things. So yeah, make sure. Who the fuck called me? Oh, the hospital called me. Oh yeah. So, you guys want an interesting story? I don't think I ever told the story on stream. I got sent to the hospital about 2 weeks ago. I was in the hospital. Did I ever give you guys that story? Yeah? No? Do you guys want to know the story? Because it's kind of funny. I got betrayed. So, like, I know I posted it on Twitter and I posted it more in my Discord, but so anybody who doesn't know, so I have 4 cats. I have an orange one. We have a black one who's super fluffy. We have a tuxedo, and we have a Maine Coon mix. So, occasionally, I like to give my cats baths because specifically, we have the orange one, who oranges will be orange. He often gets very dirty and very stinky, and the white fur that he has looks tan because he's just a very dirty and a very stinky boy. And then you have the Maine Coon mix. He's a big boy. Like, he's a very, very big, muscular cat. His fur gets super oily because that's just the breed he is. The Maine Coons are known to have super oily fur, and they recommend giving them baths on occasion to help with the oiliness. So, I gave the orange one a bath. Phoenix. Or Penis, if you guys also know. So I gave Phoenix a bath. He was fine. I mean, he was pretty much like, he was crying. He was like, oh, I don't like this. Like, you know, he wasn't happy with it. He did, like, wrap his arms around the bathtub faucet and, like, tried to yeet himself out of the bathtub, which was funny. But everything was fine. I've never had an issue with any of the cats. So, then I go to give the Maine Coon mix a bath. This was like a day after I gave Phoenix a bath. And his name's Aslan, after Narnia. So I was, you know, had Aslan in the bathroom. I was running the bathwater. That was mistake number 1. I should have already had the bathwater running before I put the cat in the bathroom, because the loudness of the faucet scares them, and he was already stressed out. He had a couple minutes to stress out before getting in the water. That was problem number 1 that I did. So, number 2. And poor Snack, I have my webcam on the entire time. I'm literally I'm not even wearing pants. I'm in the bathroom and I grab this cat and I pick him up. I'm like, okay, it's time to put you in a bath. So it took me like 5 minutes just to get him in the bathtub because he was like squirming. He was like, "Row, row, I don't like this. I'm letting you know, I don't like this. I'm not happy." I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I know. It's hilarious because he yowls really funny. He sounds like he's saying no and ow. But I put him in the tub, and he's obviously doing his ow, ow, like he's doing his whole thing. So I'm bathing him, and he kind of gives me a little nibble. It's like a very, very light nibble where like his teeth barely touch me. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like, maybe that was just an accident. okay, because, like, the way he was moving, I think it was kind of accidental at first, maybe. So, you know, benefit of the doubt, he's trying to yeet himself out of the tub. He starts squirming around and doing fucking death rolls in the bathtub, and I'm like trying to hold on to him, and I'm holding him by his shoulders. Like I'm supporting his chest. And next thing you know, this cat turns around and he bites into my thumb. 3 of his fangs go into my thumb. And I'm like, oh my god, ow, this cat just fucking attacked me. The audacity, this cat just attacked me. He just bit the fuck out of me, so I let him go. He does not do the same. He does not let go. This cat is holding on to my thumb with his mouth for dear life. And he's just standing there for like a solid 15 seconds. He's just standing in the tub, just like holding onto my hand. So he walks out of the tub and he jumps out while still holding me in his mouth. He basically uses me as a human leash, and he's walking around the bathroom, and he eventually goes into the litter box. He's soaking wet, and now he's in the dirty ass litter box, so he needs another bath. And, you know, he finally lets go of me. At this point, I'm like screaming. Like, it hurts. Like, I'm screaming, but I was more scared that he had the audacity this cat had to attack me in the first place. It was crazy. And I'm just like sitting on the toilet, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm shaking super bad. My mom comes in. She's like, oh my gosh, are you okay? I'm like, this cat just attacked me. So, it was like super swollen. I couldn't really move my hands. So the next day, I went to the urgent care, and they gave me, medication like Amox Black or some Amox something. It's not Amoxiclav. Amoxiclav, that's what it was. It was Amoxiclav. So they gave me this medication, and I take it for, I started taking it that night. They told me to take 2 doses. I got to 1 dose, waited a couple hours, and then around, was it 9 o'clock, I went, the swelling has only gotten worse. Sneck was like, hey, I recommend you go to the ER. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. And I'm like, Mom, I think I need to go to the ER. And she's like, do you want me to drive you? Or are you okay to drive by yourself? I'm like, I probably would prefer to be driven there. So I go to the ER, and I only waited about 3 hours that time, which is much better than like 9. And they went, yep, we're gonna admit you. So I got admitted to the hospital for a cat bite, and then it took them 13 hours between admitting me to getting me into an actual room. And in those 13 hours, they did not feed me. I was very upset. They did not feed me at all. And I was like, hey, I am starving. Like, I'm still hungry. I've not eaten. Blue Gay landed on your shoulder for a second. Ah, Blue Gay. So they came back with food, and it's like 11 o'clock. And they brought me, like, cold, soggy eggs, cold, soggy sausage. They had, like, grits. They had, like, canned peaches. And a thing of, like, room temperature orange juice. I think the best thing about that meal was the orange juice. And then, you know, that, it was like, what, 4, I think it's like 3 or, it was like 4 in the morning. And they walked into the, I was in the exam room before I got a room. And this is where it scared me. Because they put me on blood thinners the first night, and I had a really bad allergic reaction. But when they moved me into the other exam room, they didn't give me a call button, so I couldn't call any of the nurses that I was having an allergic reaction. Yeah. They kind of just... They moved me to like 3 different rooms in the ER before I actually got my hospital room. It was kind of like Once I got into the room, I was fine. Like, everything was good. I got to order whenever I want, whatever I want. Like, the service was pretty good. The nurses were all really nice, except for one. She was kind of a little bit like she didn't want to be there, which, understandable. Oh god. I keep losing tracking. But, that was my experience. Oh god. Red, forget, I can't forget, is in my head. Stole my sanity, I'll never be the same. Hope it haunts you, hope it haunts you. And you'll face the truth when karma comes for you. Hope it haunts you, hope it haunts you. There we go. That was a little frustrating. That was like really broken. Very broken. Okay, there we go. Mouth? Why is the mouth being silly? There we go. Think? Is it still acting weird? Yeah. If I can't forget, you're always in my head. You stole my sanity, I'll never be the same. I hope it haunts you, hope it haunts you. Someday you'll face the truth when karma comes for you. Hope it haunts you, hope it haunts you. Haunts you. Pat, 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 pat. Yeah, but yeah, I don't recommend spending any time in the hospital. I spent like 3 days. I'm still waiting for the bill. Actually, hold on. My mom put a thing for medical center on my TV stand. Cause I'm dying to know the bill. I'm dying to know if it's going to be as outrageous as, you know, it usually as bad as, you know, American healthcare usually is. Oh, what is this? It haunts you. Whoa, what is this? What is this for? Oh, all kinds of money I didn't realize I owed. What is this? Oh. Oh, that. Well, dang. I'm waiting months to get treated. I'm currently in that process right now. Because, you know, I don't really talk about it that much. But, you know. Yeah. Yes, Yes, I'm yapping. I'm a chronic yapper. So, I don't really talk about this that much because I don't think it's really, you know, I don't think it's that important. But it is something that, you know, is probably at least nice. I should let my community know about this. I've had issues in the past with it, but I'm currently on the tracks of getting diagnosed with POTS, which is post-tachycardia orthostatic syndrome. So, I have a lot of issues, which fortunately, since the past few months, the drastic changes I've made to the course of my life, I haven't had a single issue. I haven't had any of my health problems, which also has a lot to do with winter because, on top of this, I also have cold urticaria, which means I'm allergic to the cold. So I have to take allergy medications whenever I go out into the cold because if not, I'll break up I'll break out into hives, and it's like super unpleasant and super itchy. So that's always fun. And so on top of that, the cold does affect having POTS. Because I have a lot of moments where I'll get really, really dizzy, I'll get super lightheaded, and sometimes I'll faint. Like, I think there's been 2 occasions where it's gotten really severe. I've just full-on fainted. Usually, I just have a lot of spasms, and they look scary. Like, they kind of look like seizures, but they're not. They're just, like, these really bad body spasms. So, the cold and stress are my 2 main contributors to it. And whenever my body rejects something, that's usually how I know something is bad for me. So it's kind of like people have the gut feeling, and I have the gut feeling, but my feelings when my body is rejecting something is to start having medical episodes. And if I start having medical episodes too frequently around that certain thing, that's when I know it's time to cut that thing out. So, I've used it a couple times. At one point, I did interpret the signs. I did misinterpret it for something else. And, you know. But, yeah, it is something I'm still in the works of getting diagnosed for properly so that I can start, you know, potentially taking meds for it and figuring out a good diet to which I can have little to no more symptoms. But it's been 3 months since I've had a symptom last. So that's really nice, at least. It's something to look for. It's something to look forward to, okay? Check clock. I'm in my VC! I'm in my VC! You can join! You're still working. Oh. Well, you know, when you're not working, you can join. Hmm. Oh, I have not. But yeah, that's you know, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I know it's something I really prefer not to talk about, cause you know, I'm just the type of person I prefer to stick to like I like to focus on the positive, and I like to only look at the positive, but I've also kind of learned it's kind of you don't want to I guess you don't want to focus always on just the positive. It's a balance between medicine and poison. If you have too much of both, it's just poison. Wonder who I learned that from, but yeah, so I've been becoming more open about the negative things in my life and how I'm dealing with them, because I want you guys to also realize I'm also a human. Believe it or not, I'm not just a hot anime girl that, you know, streams for fun. I'm not nearly as hot as my model. Zach might disagree, but he's also biased. I'm waiting. Wow. Am I not gonna get any rebuttal? Who would have thought the anime girl isn't real? I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break the immersion. I'm actually not a hot anime woman. I mean, anybody who've been here for longer than a year, you all would already have known what I look like. I've done IRL streams before. I still don't mind doing IRL streams. Like, I want to be both. I want to be both a VTuber and an IRL streamer. I want to bring back cooking and baking streams. I miss doing the baking streams. And I would literally I would wear one of my onesies, and I would just, like, bake cookies or something. Do, like, a bread baking stream where I make, like, my own sourdough, and I'm just wearing, like, a toothless onesie. Or I cosplay as an anime girl while making cookies. I want to bring back the IRL streams. I always thought they were so much fun, and, you know, there is some cursed stuff that comes out of them. Especially because you guys can actually see, like, just how much I move in person. The model doesn't nearly show it as much, but I'm a very, very jittery person. I'm very movement-based. Like, ask Sneck. I stomp a lot. Oh, look. There's a Sneck. There's a little Sneck. I see his little character. I saw his little character pop up on my screen. You guys can also see him now. But you can ask Sneck. I'm a very I move a lot. I'm a very movement-based person. I do everything with a lot of movement and fluidity. Fluidity? Is that a word?
You should see her get called out.
Bruh. When do I get called out?
Every 2 minutes whenever I talk to you.
What? No. You don't always call me out. You don't call me out that much. Don't listen to him.
I will check DMs.
I don't get called out that much by you. Don't make shit up. I'm gonna fight you.
Do it.
In bed. Press X to doubt. What? What? There's nothing to doubt.
She's always wanting to fight me in bed. Like, you know, it's kind of weird.
What's weird about it? We're literally engaged. What's
I make a terrible joke. I'm not saying that on stream.
Oh God, what were you gonna say? I'm curious. I don't know what he was gonna say. I'm feeling high, but how low? Into your bed at night, down with you. Toss and turn from all the bridges you've burned. Are you better off? Agent, you've burned. You can say it on stream. I don't care. You could say that. Yeah, I kicked him out. I had a moment of uncertainty. I had a moment of doubt. It was Oh, my head could... Centered from all the bridges you burn. Ow. I can't stop playing with the tail. Ah, it's so cute. Waggle, 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 waggle. I love the wiggles. Let's bring the plush out. Look at her. Mr. Fear. Can I... Wait. I wonder, can I hang out with this model? I'm sorry, guys. We need to experiment. Hold on. Yeah, I can! I'm... Yep, there it is. I knew you were gonna bonk me. You really like bonking me. I didn't even do anything wrong. I didn't do anything. I'm wholesome. Aren't I, Snack? I'm wholesome. Would you jump on it for a burger? Because personally, I think I would jump on it for a burger. Like, well, it really depends on what kind of burger it is. Puppies are here. Now get me out of here. The darkness is a dear. Ow, my ass itches. Can you scratch it for me? Because I'm kind of lazy. Have you guys seen that book trend that's been going around on Twitter? Like, I must have 40k channel points. Also, what the f- So, like, there's a book trend going around on Twitter right now where these VTubers and these people are just... They're grabbing... It started with books, where they'll grab a book and they'll put their titties... They'll open a book and they'll put their titties between the book to, like... They'll take a picture to, like, show people... Show their viewers, like, how big their titties are. And then it devolved from books to Nintendo DS's. And somebody was gonna do one with a Game Boy. So, and then one of my friends, who, you know, actually, you know, always tries to make these trends wholesome. So it's really funny. No, I'll link it here. So you have this where they did their own. He did his own twist of the trend, and I love it. I thought about doing a version like this. Where instead of being horny, it's like, it's just confusion. Confusion. Because I think it's really funny. I don't really like. I have no desire to like show people my tit size with books like that. I have no desire to do that. Cause like, you know, it's for me, that's something that's kind of personal. The only person who should ever know my like.
She already sent me that type of photo.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
I'm
What?
fucking confused. I'm fucking around. Let me enjoy my time.
Mm. Oh god. My tracking broke again. Help!
And just to say, she is very wholesome. She doesn't do any of that type of stuff.
I am very wholesome. I mean, besides the, you know, cursing and shit. I broke my tracking again because I moved too far to the left. And I lost my face. There we go. They're getting knowledge from the book that close to their brain. Someone needs to tell them you're actually supposed to read the book to gain the knowledge.
Oh, sometimes a book could be so boring that you need to interject some good content.
So titties. You gotta put titties in it. Honestly, fair enough. Show me them honkers. I mean, I'm not complaining because I like seeing titties. I think titties are nice.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think boobs are really nice, but I'm more of a thighs gal. Welcome, Dark Nova. I love how that's like the thing you break your lurk for. It's not just a wireless data transfer straight to the brain. No, unfortunately, you actually have to read the book in order to gain the knowledge. Why does my model look like she's completely naked from the stomach down?
Sorry, I hit the wrong toggle.
But what toggle? What toggle? Excuse me? I don't have any of those toggles if that's what you're implying. Of course
So what did you send her today to mess with?
Of course her entire body is rigged. She has a full body underneath her outfit, but there's nothing lewd. She has no nipples.
She just has snacks.
Let's be honest. Even if the model did have a clit, most men couldn't find it anyways.
There's
still men out there that couldn't find it. They could literally like. It's kind of crazy how some men really can't find it. It's like you could have a sign pointing straight at it and be like, I don't know where it is. I guess I deserve that bonk. I am actually being horny on main now. Be worse about your model could be a bald just.
You know,
Like a bald?
usually I would
Like this? A bald like this? We could be extra bald. Am I? What?
Usually I was the troublemaker on streams.
Yeah? True.
Why am I the responsible one now?
What? sad. This one's more cursed than the bald, in my opinion, though. Look, she has no ears. Damn, see, my iPhone's already at 20% and it hasn't even been 2 hours. Model has bald and
That's a
bald
nice phone
plus.
for you.
Yeah. Wait, I have Baldify Premium.
Oh, wait.
You wonder
I
what?
wonder.
What?
Hold on, let me. I can't do it.
Should I be scared?
I was gonna see if a certain noise came through, but I'm like, huh.
Noise?
Yeah.
What noise? I don't I don't trust you.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, false alarm. He can't do it.
I was seeing if my engine was loud enough.
Oh. Don't vroom vroom. I can't say that. mm.
Well, difference between where you live and where people live here. Well, difference between where we live is if you're not going over the speed limit where you're at, you're gonna get hit.
Yeah, you're a safety concern. If you're not going like at least 15 over, you're a danger to yourself and others around you. It's freaking crazy, man. I have to pee, but I don't want to get up.
Oh my God, are we gonna have this argument again?
Always.
It's like what?
I don't want to get up. I have to pee though. I really have to. I've had to pee for like the past 30 minutes. He's gonna yell at me.
God fucking damn it!
What?
Go pee!
Ah, fine. That means you have to keep chat company.
I can't. I'm driving.
You
God
can
damn
vroom vroom, keep them company.
it. Okay, sorry. I'll talk about 40K lore. That's the only thing I'm good at.
Okay, fine, do it.
Oh shit. Okay. I. This is gonna be great. Don't worry, chat. I'm not a streamer. I'm like her. As she yells from the bathroom, I could hear her. Hey, listen. If you listen very well, you can hear her screaming because she knows I'm gonna get her banned.
You better not get me fucking banned.
All right.
Get me banned, fucker. What are you planning, sir? Listen to that maniacal ass laughter. I'm gonna clip that laugh. I've clipped your
Really?
laugh. Yes, I clipped your laugh.
I'm not a streamer.
Why did you say like me though?
What? Because you want to be a streamer.
I have a 1% on I have some at 1% on other tab. I can still hear them sometimes. Oh, my iPhone is dying. Which means I'll have to switch to my standard face rigging, which is fine. Oh yeah, it's at 18%.
Are you streaming?
Yeah. What were you gonna say? Were you gonna say something weird?
Can I get a Hoya?
He probably would. He would go, oh yeah. I've done it on his stream before. It was really funny because he's like, I'm streaming, and I'm like, oh shit. Might be. Here. We're gonna turn this tracking off. We're gonna.
You haven't lived until you have felt a cold cat nose press against your cheek.
He's not talking about face cheek.
I was talking about face cheek. What the fuck are you talking about?
Face cheek, obviously. Yeah. My dog is barking. I love how I still have most of my tracking options, so... Hey, how are you today? I'm doing pretty good! How are you? We're just a yapping today. What?
He is king of the Phoenix.
King of the what? King of the Phoenix. Oh, he's king of the Phoenix. Wait a minute.
No.
What? Is that who I... Doing good. Good to hear. Snake. Sorry, I'm like...
Welcome to my stream where all I do is drive while he yaps.
What? What? You make me miss my 40k points? That means you won't be able to bonk me anymore. Get fucked. That's my plan, maybe. Maybe that's my whole plan.
You know, 40k is technically wrong right now. They're in the 42nd millennium. So they're in the 41st.
He's gonna start yapping. Can't stay long, but good to see you. Good to see you too! I love how waggy. Power snake.
You know, the great thing about the Night Lords is they don't give a fuck.
I love the Night Lords. My favorite chapter. I love the Night Lords. They're so fun.
Chapter.
Or Legion! Sorry! Ah!
Warband. You could also said warband.
You know what I meant! Your fucking evil ass laugh.
Oh, I could do the one voice that annoys the shit out of me.
Oh no. Dude! I was talking to Doc last night because I posted the art whip of the elf snack. Right? And so Doc has the brilliant idea. He goes, better have a human snack plushie. What? Why? Why? Why would I draw a human snack? The fuck was that laugh?
Which one?
That laugh you had when I said human snack. You like fucking sounded like a... I don't have human snack saved for obvious reasons. Nobody should ever want to save human snack. Ever.
She hates me.
I hate human snack.
She only loves me for my snack.
What is this? Ooh.
What is what?
God damn it!
What?
Live 2D has a new, like, new tracking option. It's in beta. I think I'm just gonna use level 5. I lose my, face wiggle, but it's fine. Ha!
Podcast?
I love this song. I got to see this band live. It was so much fun.
You know what's a fun band to watch live?
Are you gonna say, Slipknot?
Well, that's a fun band to see live.
Or Dead
yeah.
Poet Society?
No. That's another fun band. No. Yeah? Hey, boy.
So, somebody redeemed the thingy. I couldn't resist.
Okay, boy, kid.
What?
What?
You're a boy kisser.
Like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Why am I going through all my fucking, like, voices? Like, oh, I hate it. Fuck. Hey,
Hey?
um,
What? Yes?
Gremlin. It's Gremlin. Yeah. She doesn't even want to acknowledge Gremlin. Alright, I'll just put human Smith on a poster and hang it up on your.
Ew! No! Sorry! I'm trying to I fucked up my parameter. I fucked up my movement config. My mouth is only, like, doing one expression. What? No.
What? This guy. It's awful. Definitely safe. You have the voice of an angel.
What?
What?
It broke. I'm gonna delete it and
No,
re-edit.
yeah.
What? Wait, what did I just delete? I think I deleted the mouth smile. Damn.
Damn. It's only been 17 minutes of driving so far. I still have an hour and 15 minutes.
Really?
Which is going to be a long drive.
Okay. Is that better? That's so much better. There we go. I can finally, like, chill now. I hate not having my iPhone though. I feel like it's a lot more stiff.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I have to get back to this tracking. I hate level 5. Nobody gets high. Nobody gets
Let's get hot.
It's a song! I'm not actually getting high yet.
What?
I'm kidding. I don't get high. What? You have a lot of, like, really interesting laughs.
That's because I'm goofy.
You are. You're my goofy boy.
Go, go, go!
Hey.
What are you gulping there, huh?
Hey. Hey. Vui.
Wee.
Got him. Or my other favorite. Zoomies.
What the fuck?
What the fuck was that? What the? What was that?
I'm gonna fight you.
Why do I blink at different frequencies? Why is one of
Because
my...
you're a lizard.
No! I blink... One of my blinks is slightly faster than the other eye. What the fuck?
Because you're a lizard.
I'm not a lizard!
He's a lizard.
I'm not a lizard!
Anime women aren't real.
How do you explain me? I'm an
You're a
IRL
lizard.
anime girl.
I
What was that?
don't fucking know.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
You good, bro?
No.
Can I help you? Any way I can help you out, my homie? Figment of our imagination. Yeah, I'm just a figment of my imagination.
Nothing is real. Everything you see is just ones and zeros.
We live in
This
a
is the Matrix.
simulation. Wait. Our universe is a machine spirit?
Gotta pray to the machine spirit.
Praise the Messiah.
It's pretty good. Have you ever talked fast before? Fuck.
I talk fast whenever I get excited, so yes. Are you dying?
Mentally, yes.
Oh.
It's becoming mush.
You mushy?
Hey, don't ask me if I'm mushy. This guy is from Florida. He's blowing through fucking stoplight signs.
What? What about Florida Man?
He's blowing through stop signs.
Never mind. Nope. So glad I stopped myself.
Are you so glad you stopped yourself?
Yeah. Don't stop.
You wish I could.
My tits are not
There's a
jiggly
bit
at
of-
all. Why are you mocking me? I haven't done anything wrong.
She moaned in my ear, bonker.
What? The lies? What? I didn't do anything. You literally heard me. I didn't do shit. This man.
This woman.
I don't know exactly why.
What?
Excuse me. I'm not insane. Beam in the borrowed galaxies. I don't really care. Don't blame me. Getting closer.
Holy fuck, Florida man does not know how to drive.
Do they ever? They do know how to murder, though. They're really good at committing crimes. Fade into the night. Oh, who will tell story of life? In the end, as my soul was laid to rest, what is left of my body? Am I just a shell? And I have fallen. Flesh and blood, I commanded an army. Through it all, I have given my heart for a moment of glory. In the end, as you fade into the night, whoa, who will tell the story of your life? Who will remember your last goodbye? Whoa, since the end, and I'm not afraid to die. He's gone quiet. Chat, we should be scared. Beep beep.
Oh, I'm watching Florida man get angry.
Oh. Who we are. We live, we are more than our bodies. If I fall, I will rise back up and relive my glory. In the end, as you fade into the night, whoa, who will tell the story of your life? Who will remember your last goodbye? 'Cause it's the end, and I'm not afraid to die. Epic guitar solo. In the end, you fade into the whoa, who will tell the story of your life? Whoa. 'Cause it's the end, and I'm not afraid to die. I can't do low. That's just the facts. We can't go low. I do not hit them low notes. I will remember this last goodbye. 'Cause it's the end, and I'm not afraid to die. Not afraid to die. Not afraid to die. At least you can hit notes in the first place. Debatable. I mean, I'm also being quiet when I sing, because I just kind of keep my voice down. I try to keep my voice down, because there's other people that live in this house. My brother doesn't understand that sometimes, so I'll wake up at it's like 7 in the morning and I'll just hear "Ah!" Like this morning! Was it this morning? No, it was last night! He was screaming shit I don't even think I can say on stream without getting in trouble. Got the start, kid, don't lose your heart. Be where you wanna be. I love this song. This is such a good song. We'll turn it up just a tad. This is turned from yapping to singing. What happened? Down at the cold steps where no light exists. That's where you wanna be feeling safe. You find your hopes in your abandoned dreams. Where you find your purpose. I am not trying to scream. Too loud. Takes a voice to make a change. Takes courage to not be the same. Only silence today. And let it burn. Are you lost somehow? Drowning in the crowd? Are you on your own again? Right back at the start. Kid, don't lose your heart. Are you where you wanna be? It's your heart. This song used to make me cry. I don't know why. Sometimes I just cry a lot. I'm a crier. I'm a choir.
Yeah, you are.
He said, yeah, you are, like he knows.
Do I need to bring up Tibbs?
No, we don't need to bring up Tibbs. Where the fuck is Tibbs? I have not seen Tibbs in a long time. Sorry, Tibbs.
You need to find Tibbs.
I do need to find Tibbs. Why? Wait, why should I find Tibbs? So you can listen to me not cry?
No, because there's some of my medicine in them.
Yeah. Somehow, drowning in the crowd. Night, do you want to fry?
Insert the nozzle correctly upside down.
What?
What?
You confused me, sir. But that's okay.
I confuse you too.
Yeah. That was a yawn.
Oh, trust me, I know.
The
You
dog's
haven't even
barking.
let him know the news.
What news?
This is not the only stream.
Oh, but are we gonna actually do it tomorrow?
Yeah, why the fuck not?
So I'm gonna be streaming with Sneck tomorrow. We're gonna be playing Dawn of War Soulstorm. Okay, I can turn that down now. Tired eyes barely open.
How old of a game?
I don't fucking know. How old is it?
Soulstorm came out in 2006,
Do
where
the
the
math.
original Dawn of War came out. What?
Do the math.
It's almost. It's 19 years old.
Damn. Me.
It's almost as old as you.
Don't follow where you go. Tell me what is real. 'Cause I've lost my way again. Can you tell me how to feel? 'Cause I don't feel anything. Now that I'm down here again. Down with the falling
Zoomies.
again. Zoomies?
Oh, it wasn't loud enough. Okay.
Through the darkness below, for a light and seas of shadows, far from you, but I could never. At the gate, I'll fly forever. Turn away from all that I know, burning this bridge behind me. Light the way, and I'll follow. Where you go, can you tell me what
Just sitting there
is
working on
real?
stuff in the background and not realizing that she's still streaming.
I know I'm streaming. I'm just kind of like existing now. Look, it takes a girl out. Oh my gosh, I need to talk about this small, super minor achievement. So, because I'm happy. I'm so happy. I got my first commission on VGen. And I've already almost hit one of the goals to be verified on VGen.
Happy, 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 happy.
Happy, happy, happy. Happy, happy, happy. Don't feel anything.
Do you want to know what is torture?
What?
Sitting somebody in a room where the only thing they could eat is those fucking carnival peanuts.
Ew! The circus peanuts? Ugh.
Yeah.
So, those things are fucking disgusting. I don't care what anybody says. If you say you like the circus peanuts, you are lying.
Wait. But we know of something even worse.
What?
Why the fuck does it taste like Christmas?
No, I'll take Christmas over the circus peanuts. Every time I've ever eaten the circus peanuts, I have gotten violently sick. They make me so violently sick.
Oh, should I tell people about a beautiful combination that people definitely do?
I'm concerned.
You should take half a glass of orange juice and pour the other half full of lemonade to make a ring.
Oh. Yeah. He likes a Ringalade. he always be sipping?
Always be drink.
Sorry, I'm eating some, like, Japanese jelly. Mmm. It's strawberry.
Yeah, the last time I watched you one of those, you're like, watch this. And then you slurped it, and then immediately coughed it back up.
Me too! Don't fucking make fun of me!
I could have said the joke that I said, but I don't want to get bonked.
Bonk him anyways! He's making fun of me.
You make fun of me all the time.
This is true. But you also make fun of me all the time.
No, I just point out shit that is similar to you, and then you get embarrassed and I call you adorable.
I'm not adorable, though.
Alright, you're fucking beautiful.
What? No! You're adorable. I'm gonna fight you.
I've been saying this for a while now. I haven't seen you.
Wait, do I still have chocolate in my desk?
You're not allowed chocolate in bed.
Not in bed! My desk! I've had chocolate sitting in my desk for like 2 months now. I took like 2 bites out of it, and then I was finished. I am not allowed chocolate in bed. Did I ever tell that story on stream?
No, because it was followed the other issue that we stayed up.
Yeah.
So, because of that issue,
We wouldn't have really had much of a chocolate in bed issue that night if it weren't for the other issue.
yeah.
I like to eat chocolate in bed though, but I guess I ate chocolate, but I didn't realize a piece of chocolate fell off and was somewhere in the bed. So we were up at the middle of the night. He got chocolate all over his arm and it stained his white shirt. It's like, why the fuck is there chocolate in bed? I went, sorry.
Can't be as bad as the French fry incident.
The French fry incident. What? What was the French fry incident? I'm trying to remember.
When we got that one place where we, like, for the second time, and we were watching anime, eating the fucking California burger and the
Oh, yeah.
yeah, shoestring string fries in bed, and then woke up in the middle of the night to I
If Midnight hears anything rustling or smells anything salty, she will immediately come running. She doesn't care what it is. She doesn't care if it's completely inedible. Our cat will come fucking running to see what it is and if she can put it in her mouth.
not that salty.
Well, I guess I said if it rustles. Like if it sounds like plastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about that story. I feel like that's a little TMI.
It is.
Much to say. Where the... Speaking of Nunite, she was just in here.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey,
You could tell him a story about Phoenix.
Phoenix. Uh, which one? It's Phoenix.
Yeah, it was the morning where I woke up to Phoenix.
Uh,
The one that you.
was it when you woke up to him going to town on your leg?
Yeah.
Nick woke up one morning and Phoenix literally likes soft things, like some blankets and anything soft. He really, really likes making what we call naughty biscuits. So Snack woke up and Phoenix was making his naughty biscuits on his leg. But the blanket had fallen off of his leg. So he was just making naughty biscuits directly on the Snack's leg. So he woke up to a cat worm. This shit. That cat went yeet. He was okay. He was completely okay. So,
So
yeah.
that wasn't the last time.
No, it wasn't the first, and it definitely wouldn't be the last time.
No, because it happened 2 more times afterwards.
Yeah, and the thing about him is whenever he makes naughty biscuits, he has to bite down on whatever he's making biscuits on. Because, you know, male cats... He bit your ass! The cat...
I told you. I told you.
Yeah, I remember.
He bit my ass.
He bit your ass.
Oh, please.
Having cat nose. Cats are so fucking weird.
And then waking up. Oh yeah, this is one thing she hated, was waking up and seeing just cats sleeping on top of me.
I didn't hate it. I was just jealous of the cats. Because that's my man.
They're all like, "No, no, come here." She just looks over at you and then goes back to sleep.
Right? She's like, nah, bitch. She's like, you're not my human anymore. She's like, I'm a
And then there
daddy's
was
girl.
then Phoenix. Phoenix, but cats? No, he's dead asleep.
Wouldn't even come for butt pats. He loves butt
And
pats.
then Aslan. Aslan was the only one that cuddled with you.
Yeah.
And then it didn't turn into cuddle.
Yeah, they would never stayed cuddles. Fucking asshole. Yeah, I'm talking about you. He's looking at me like, what are you talking? He's like, you talking about me? I said, yeah, I'm motherfucking talking about you. You're horny. Yeah, don't turn away from me. You know what you are. A freak. Cat space program. Happen to me. Kill the week.
You know what you should get for lunch tomorrow?
What?
A turkey sandwich.
Oh god, why? Because you want Nunite to have it?
Yeah.
A Publix wrap does sound really good though.
Hey, Then you get to see the adorable thing of her propping her two paws up
Hmm.
on your armrest, resting her chin.
Oh my god. She's too cute. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's just a little manipulator. She's a little master manipulator. She's not actually shy. It's all an act.
You know, the second I walk through those doors again, she's gonna come running.
Yeah. Or she's gonna act like she never knew you.
You're gonna hate it though if she just comes running, all like, "Oh my god!"
Because you'll be the only person she's ever done that to. If she does do
Hey,
it,
I'm the
I
only
highly doubt it.
I'm the only person within 24 hours she was on their lap.
I warmed her up for a couple years. That's my story.
It took 24 hours and then she was my cat.
I'm good at warming things up.
Yeah, you are.
Like, it's like, god damn it. For 5 minutes! Can we keep it wholesome?
Well, I've been waiting for you to talk about, like, what's your future, stuff you want to do. Instead, we've been distracted this entire time.
What, like future streams and stuff? Or just like the future of my content and stuff?
Well, I would like to know, what the fuck is the plan?
Well, well, I mean, obviously, because, I've rigged my model, I fully plan to come back to streaming full time. Like, I want to do two to three streams, at least 2 to 3 streams per week. Cause, I think it's fun. Could do one on one day of the weekend, and then the rest of the weekend, that's our day.
Wow. Okay. I see what I am to you. I'm just your money maker.
No! I was literally saying we could do one stream on one day of the weekend together so that we could, like, do something together on the weekends, but then I want to spend most of my weekend just spending time with you. That's what I meant.
95% of my weekend is staring at a wall.
You fucking lizard.
You fucking gecko.
Yeah, you goddamn gecko. Snecko. Did someone say Snecko? I have Sneck. On my head. Noom? Who's nooming? Was that you or somebody else?
What?
Is that your car that went noom? That went verm?
No.
No. Somebody else's?
That'll be. This charger is like eyeing me up.
Here's my hot take. People that drive Dodges, especially Chargers and Challengers, have little peeners.
I technically have to drive a Dodge for my work.
Do you drive it because you want to, though? Do you
They're
find
fun
yourself...
sometimes.
Do you want to own one?
No, you already know what I want to own.
Yeah. Me.
No. That's illegal.
I was kidding. I didn't literally mean own me. I mean, like...
She's the one that talked me into this.
What? What? Ah! What do you mean talked you into this? All I did was show you my skills and you went give it back.
That's a lie.
That is... No, I was too scared to ask you again. Because I thought you weren't... I wanted to give you time to heal. That's why.
What? I didn't... Alright, we're gonna set this straight right now.
What?
I set the rule that you are the one. You know, you are the one that asked me out again.
Yeah.
You're the one that, because you know how I am.
Yeah.
I don't. So you're the one that I said were gonna ask me all these issues. I meant not issues, but scenarios. I am really sick right now, and
Oh.
I'm still driving home. I'm trying to think and not sneeze or throw up.
I just found a tweet on Twitter. It says, men with ADHD are hot.
I have crippling ADHD.
Yeah. Hey, what's this?
What? What's what? No! My tongue is shiny.
I have a dog tag. So, like, my favorite thing to do is because he's got really bad ADHD. So, you know, he focuses on so many things, but sometimes when I'm talking to him, he'll just zone out and focus on a wall or some dumb shit. So, I grabbed this dog tag. It's my cat. It's Midnight's emotional support animal dog tag. It's very shiny and it's very jingly. So, whenever he zones out and is not paying attention, I just jiggle it in front of him.
Oh.
And he hates me. He hates me for it.
It is abuse.
It's not abuse. I'm just retraining your focus. If I'm talking to you, I expect to be listened to.
I tried my best.
That's why I'm gonna take my dog tag with me. My friend used to do that to me with keys. It works. It works. If you have a friend with ADHD who has issues with focusing, just jingle something shiny and something metallic in front of them. They will be focused on that. It works very well. Oh, do you still have your balls? No.
Out of context, that's terrible. Oh my god, that's funny as shit. Oh, my head is... Yes, I still have my ball bearing. of my head. Oh,
That's going on YouTube. God damn it, Neo. Oh, god damn it. It sounded so much better in my head.
well, because you know the context.
I do. So the funny part was me asking that the few moments of silence before both of us fucking died. That was funny.
Well, I was gonna fucking say some funny shit.
But I distracted us. Oh. God. So, this week, I'm thinking Mondays, Wednesdays. Because I'm off Mondays. Mondays, and then Wednesdays, like in between Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. I know I want to stream Mondays and Tuesdays. But do I want to stream on
Monday
Friday or Saturday?
just changed everything in the second half of that sentence. You were talking about Wednesdays, and then you said, I want to stream Mondays and Tuesdays.
Mondays and Wednesdays. Mondays and Wednesdays. I want to stream Mondays and Wednesdays. But do I want to stream on Fridays or Saturdays?
I want a Baja Blast.
Thanks. We'll stream on that day.
A weekend day. I like whenever we have the itch to stream during the weekend.
So, like Saturday
Or Sunday.
or Sunday? Well, it can't be this Sunday. Well, I mean, it still could be, but I have a thing with my work at 5 to 7:30 on Sunday.
Oh, I know. I know.
It's Italian. My favorite day of the week, Baja Blast. Oh yeah, Baja Blast is my favorite weekday. Dude, I had a guest come up to me at work, and she's like, "Hold on, before I order." It was like kind of early in the morning. It was like 7:30, 8 o'clock. She's like, "Hold on, I have this audio message. Like, I think you need to hear." And I'm like, "Well, that's kind of weird. That's a weird way to like tell somebody good morning." And so she starts playing the audio, and she's like, it goes like, "Guess what? It's hump day!" Like, what the fuck?
I'm
So
up
it was
Wednesday.
Wednesday, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." She's like, "It's hump day." I'm like, how do I respond? How do I spawn at the respond at the place I work? I don't know what's appropriate here. I don't know what is appropriate. So I'm like, okay, can I get a name for the order? And how may I serve you today? And so she orders, and she's like, "Have a good hump day." And I'm like, okay, have a good one. I don't know if that's inappropriate or not, cause my work is I work at a strict place. I can't even dye my hair. I can't even wear any piercings besides standard stud ear piercings. And any tattoos need to be covered. That's how strict my workplace is. I do enjoy it though. It's just strict. Which,
I came back stripping.
you came back from what?
What?
Did you say stripping?
I unmuted when you said stripping.
I didn't say stripping.
Okay, I'm gonna mute again and strip.
What?
What?
I can't. Hmm.
Somebody bunker.
No! I didn't. I wasn't gonna say anything.
I'm waiting to order my foods.
Yeah?
Yeah. I
Men.
want a Baja Blast. Taco Bell.
Men. You know what's really scary though? Women. Women are so scary.
Alright.
He's literally ordering food while on a call. That's funny. What intentions? Hell is where I'll go. But the devil makes exceptions. American psychos. Oh my gosh. Oh, tat strip! My toe! Ow. That sounded sus. I'm sorry.
What can we talk about? Will you be using the app today?
No, thank you.
What can we get you?
Can I get a $7 Supreme Lux box?
Okay. What kind of drink?
Can I actually get a large Baja Blast strawberry drink
Okay.
with it?
Yeah.
Alright. And then, can I get a grilled cheese burrito?
He better share.
Okay, grilled cheese burrito.
And that's it.
Did you just want the beef grilled cheese one?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to round to the nearest dollar for charity?
No, thank you.
Okay. It'd be $14.64.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I love how you didn't even mute. You're just like,
Oh.
can I get 2 number 9s with a number 9 large, 2 number 35s with extra dip?
I thought I did you.
No, you did not mute, love.
Oh, I.
You are not muted.
I deafened, but it didn't mute.
No, I'm not. Fuck you, Desi.
What?
He said you're muted. No, you're muted.
Now I'm embarrassed. They know my Taco Bell order.
What? Why are you embarrassed? I'm a little angry. I'm angry at Desi. Are you... Lion. You're doxing me? What? Why are you gonna dox me?
We could dox him. We could dox Desi.
Why dox me when I can dox myself? Thank you very much.
Hey, Desi. Kitchen Nightmares is on.
Get him here. You wanna say hi? This is the cat that sent me to the hospital.
Oh, that's a dick.
Heartfelt Lane? Heartfelt Lane? What the fuck? Oh my god, he doxed me, guys. What am I gonna do?
Hey. hey.
I feel like I should put this cat down.
You should. But you know what else? You know what else we could do?
Strip.
No, you gotta remind Desi that Gordon Ramsay is on.
Gordon Ramsay's on. Your favorite kitchen nightmares. Far from my yesterday, another broken heart. I have a half-eaten cookie on my desk. What the fuck? It's been there for about a week. Pat the cat's ass. From me. I've been gone from this world from what seems like millennia. What the fuck? I look at my friends list on Discord, and the first thing I see is Walmart Skyward Quest. Since when the fuck did Discord pair up with Walmart? I'm sorry? I'm so confused. What the fuck? Actually. Ow! My toe! Ow! 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 I stubbed my toe. I stubbed my toe. Owie! Owie! Ow! 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 Oh! Fuck! Ouch! My toe. Oh yeah. I see we're also like... We're still halfway towards the fucking Minecraft VR horror stream goal. That's crazy. I just saw that. I kind of forgot I put it there. It's so tiny. I love how neat and clean my panel, my setup is though. I don't want to listen to that song. I don't listen to that one either. Or that one. Oh, we can listen to that one. I do love me some Emily. Hey! You have a fucking scratching post, you spoiled ass! Hey! Oh, never mind. Now you are using the post. Sorry. And this is why they get mad at me. I yell at them even when they're doing the right things. They're like, what the fuck? I'm listening to you. Why am I getting in trouble? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I can't see you. Rehearse. Wanna hear it from you first. From you first. It came. Excuse me. God damn. Ow, my butt. Hey, my iPhone's charged. Mostly. Nah, fuck it. It's in the light. Let the kingdom rise. There we go. Look at us. Now we're back to the good tracking. It's not quite how we rehearsed. I'll hear it from you first. From you first. Let's see. Have you? Okay. Have I assume some of you are a little bit versed in the VTuber community, but are you guys noticed how much drama there's been lately? There has been so much going on. I am like actually kind of flabbergasted. It's crazy how much has been going on just this week. I don't know what's been happening. I know I personally... Oh, model. Let's feel the vibe. She digging your own grave. Why does she... The siphon hasn't had this problem before. I don't know why it's having problems now. Is it the lighting? Could just be the lighting.
Oh my god, what did you do?
There we go. No, I know I personally spoke up against one thing, but like, everything else, there's just been so much drama going on. I don't understand what's happening. I mean, I think it's also twice as bad for me on my timeline because I am an VTuber artist. So I get both stuff from the VTuber community and the art community at the same time. And it's like, dang, y'all. I've also been seeing a lot of engagement bait posts too. It's really hard because I've been trying to network because I really want to get verified on VGen. And I'm currently on the right tracks to be. But I've been trying to network with different people in the community and stuff, and I'm trying to be more like less socially awkward. But it's hard to tell what posts are genuine and what posts are just engagement bait.
I'm gonna make an engagement bait post.
You're gonna make an engagement-based post? Post?
Yeah. You know what it will say?
What?
Hey, I'm announcing that I'm engaged to Neonip 38.
Like, this poor VTuber? Let me find it.
You didn't even fucking blink an eye.
Yeah, you can...
Like, I'm sick and tired of your shit.
It's not an issue. I'm open about the relationships I'm in as a VTuber because I don't want parasocial people. And I don't want people to follow me under the assumption that they have a chance with me. I'm not doing that shit anymore. And I'm not doing the shit where people be like, oh, you're like a sibling to me. I don't trust that shit either anymore. I've grown trust issues. There's only one person who's allowed to call me their sibling. And that's Doc.
You don't trust me.
God, I don't want you to call me a sibling. I never saw you as a sibling. Just a gremlin.
Alabama. Oh, fuck.
But no, this VTuber got canceled because they made a post on Twitter. Alright, get this? The post says, men deserve to be loved and treated right. And she got canceled for this.
You know, I disagree with her as a dude.
I shouldn't love you and treat you right.
Fuck is that?
You said you disagree with her.
I'm asking, what the fuck is love? Treated right.
What do you mean? Have I not given you love and treated you right? I'm sorry, I'll do better. Is my love not enough for you?
You know it is. I'm fucking around.
I know. I know. Yeah. Like, this person literally got in the controversy all because of that. They were told that they were pandering to the parasocials. And being like, there's so many horrible things. That's like, but men do deserve to be loved and treated right. What's wrong with that? Everyone should be loved and treated right. Everyone is worthy of love. Well, unless you're like certain people.
I feel grossed out now.
What?
God damn it. I'm in a predicament.
What?
I'm in a predicament.
What's your predicament?
I was told sweat is tomorrow.
Oh. Interesting. You gonna go?
No.
No? Yeah. But yeah, I don't understand it. Everyone, most people, unless you're like a really, really, truly terrible person, there's certain people that I think maybe don't fit the bracket, but like, people deserve.
Hello, I am really, really terrible person here.
People deserve to be loved and treated right. It doesn't matter what the gender is. Everyone deserves to be treated respectfully.
I like that BMW. I don't know why. I really like that BMW.
Thanks, Snack. Very
I'm
inspiring.
sorry.
Very inspiring. I feel touched, Snack. I feel so touched.
I'm sorry. It's shiny. It's chrome.
Oh. Oh yeah, your ADHD is going nuts. It is very useful input.
It's a BMW i8.
You just praised the BMW? I'm so disappointed in you.
Listen, BMWs are good cars if you're like running on a clock, okay?
Yeah.
I like the look of this BMW. It's a nice looking BMW.
I mean, I did find there was like a BMW. Somebody drives around my area, and it's definitely a custom, but it is so freaking pretty. Like, every time I look at it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this car is very pretty. I've only ever seen it once, but it was beautiful. It was a BMW. I don't know what kind of car it
It
was.
looks like a 2020. It looks like a newer BMW i8.
Number scoper. 1, ew, a BMW. 2, a BMW i83. It's shiny. Yeah. Oh, there's Nanai. You wanna come say
That's
hi
my
to
girl.
chat? You wanna come say hi to chat? Come say hi to
No,
chat.
say the other thing. She like.
No, I'm not saying that word. She's already perking up as is. Oh, and she's left.
Well, yeah, because you didn't say Dad is on the fucking phone.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the T word. Hello, Frosty! We was talking about you earlier.
Yeah, we were saying some pretty nasty things, so we're gonna
What?
get you canceled on Twitter.
What? No. It wasn't nasty. I knew it. I was advertising your art. And I was calling you clever. I broke
I
him.
was saying how you like marshmallow milkshakes.
Marshmallow milkshakes? That sounds like it would be really thick, like you couldn't drink it. Okay, clever, I'll accept.
No,
Whoa!
because
Hey! Uh-oh, cat fight.
I took over Frosty's stream one time just talking about a marshmallow milkshake.
Oh. Yeah,
It was a satisfactory.
yeah, earlier we were talking about the Twitter trend. The recent, like, the book trend everyone's been doing when it started out with books and then people started devolving to, like, using 2DSs and somebody was gonna use a Game Boy. So I'm like, I really liked what Frosty did with this trend, and instead of, like, turned it completely wholesome and funny. I always troll with those things. Yeah, I like to troll too. Like, one of my favorite creators, Wolfie Chew. Before she became a VTuber, she was really into the animation meme community. And, animation meme community has a lot of sexual and dark animation meme content. So whenever there was, like, a new sexual one, like, there was, like, the Shut Up and Sleep With Me. Wolfie Chew did it. But instead of making it sexual, it was her her characters just jumping on a bed. It was really funny. It was really cute too. They were having, like, a sleepover. It was adorable. I love seeing how Wolfie Chew turns things into, like, something really wholesome and cute.
I want to steal this guy's hubcaps.
I think that's a crime. I don't think you should do that. I don't recommend that.
They're shiny!
If everyone ideas to flip things on their head, DMs are open. Good to know. Oh, I wish I did the tail flip the other way. Where if I looked left, the tail would be right. I can do that on my other model. Because I'm re-rigging this. Because I found a better way to rig models and I wanted to update my own. And so I could use her as a proper example. I keep finding better ways to rig and it makes me happy, but it's also frustrating because I find better ways to rig. And then all of the previous models I did, I want to redo them completely. You're learning. Yes, I've learned so much just in the past year. Like, look how terrible this tongue is.
Oh, fuck, I missed my turn.
How do you miss your turn? You go the same way every day.
I was following a car that I really liked.
Ugh.
I wanted to look at it a bit more.
Oh my goodness. Better rigged than yours?
It was a Honda Civic.
What do you mean? Wait. You have a live 2D model? Or are you talking about your 3D model? If you want to learn how to do, like, good rigging, there's 2 different people I would recommend. Oh, 3D. It's actually really fun. I love the physics too. Like, one thing on this model that I still really love is I love how I did the hair physics on, like, her, not the back hair so much, but, like, her front hair. I do still really like the physics on the hair. Still never revealed. Oh, interesting. Never hit the goals. Ah, dang. What was that? Sniffling?
What?
You sniffling? Oh, somebody made a pose
What?
book. I found a thing on Twitter. Somebody made a pose book where it's like a full range of like motions and how the body contorts to each motion.
I'm trying to have the motivation to get up and out of my car. I
Oh,
finally got home.
yeah,
An hour and a half drive from work.
nice. I have a pose book. Yeah, they're very helpful being when you're a newer artist or even an advanced artist. They're I still use a lot of references. I love using references though. Snick has to drive over an hour just back and forth from work. Meanwhile, my drive is about 5 minutes. Heavy traffic. Are you jealous? Who messaged me? Oh, advertisements. Anatomy book, but you're having issues? Anatomy can be hard, honestly. I still struggle with anatomy, and I've been drawing digitally for about 10 years. Your commute is faster. Well, no. Duh! Don't you work from home? I knew it. That's funny, though. That's funny. That is a very fast commute. Say, like, my. Be like, oh yeah, my commute is, sitting up, getting out of bed and going to my computer, and I'm at work. It's about a minute commute. Laptop's right there in bed. Even better. I wake up and I go to work. Honestly, sounds nice. Except I would be sore if I just like woke. I laid in bed all night and woke up and stayed laying in bed. Or sitting up in bed doing work. I'd have to move around. Oh. Oh, bed. Or just like sitting for long periods of time. I have to like get up and move around. uh, what is this song? Oh, it's Rise Against. What am I listening to? I don't remember. Ah. Ooh. Yeah, I need to I need to figure out. I'm having issues with this model I'm re-rigging right now. I'm having issues with her tongue cuz like I want to rig it to where she can stick her tongue out like that where I can kind of just blep at people. I don't want it to be like I don't it's hard. I don't want to do like an accidental Hey gal, I don't want to do that because I don't want this model to be one of those models. But I'm having issues rigging the tongue itself because of the way I drew it. It's giving me issues. So it's fun. The masking is what I'm having issues with right now. I can't get the masking to work properly. I'm using tutorials because it's like technically a V-bridger tongue. Oh, excuse me. It came out of nowhere. Oh, dang. Now I have the hiccups. Ah! Well, that's... What the heck? More VTuber controversy. Get off my Twitter feed! No, I've been, also practicing my live 2D art, because I've realized you're not really gonna get a whole lot of live 2D commissions if you only have one example of your art on your VGen. You know? It's kinda hard. Uh-oh. Model tracking died. Uh-oh. Calibrate? There we go. Okay. But yeah, I've literally only had like one example on my VGen. So I've been in the works of picking random followers and just not like gifting them like look, I drew your character, have fun, but also I'm using it as an example for my commissions. Cause makes me more reputable. Yay! I think I have plenty of illustration examples. Wait, I only have 2 posted on here. Alright, I need to... Dang, I have so much work to do! I think I have to do schoolwork tomorrow, though. I think I'm overdue on an assignment. I'm not sure, though. I might be. It'll be fine. Oh goodness, I'm getting sleepy. Wasn't fading up in flame. Heart is breaking, oh I can't wait. Want there no one around, not a soul and not a sound. Thought about playing a game, but I just be yapping, honestly. I've been yapping. I've been yapping for 3 hours straight. I'm proud of myself. That PC. Busy, EP wolf girl. This is true. Why does my mouth sometimes not track? I know I'm opening my mouth wide enough. Oh. think that's better. I just had to set my range a little bit higher. It's kind of hard, though. My face is kind of sore because having to do all the face movements. Make the most out of my face. See, honestly, I just kind of prefer the simple blep than actually, like, having my tongue out with my mouth open. I kind of prefer that. I don't really need to have my tongue out with my mouth open. Me, personally. I mean, I still could rig it just to have it, but I just like being able to just stick my tongue out at you all. Oh, that's why. Hold on. That's why. Let's try 0.5. There we go. Yeah, my newer model is gonna be so much better as far as the mouth goes. It doesn't even compare to, like, I can't even compare this mouth to the new one. I can't even remotely, I can't even begin to compare the two. They're so drastically different. Like, it's kind of crazy. Ow, I bit the skin off of my bottom lip, and now my bottom lip kind of hurts. That's fun. I'm a chronic lip biter, and a nail biter, and all these other bad habits. I'm a bad habit. Oh, my stomach is kind of hungry. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I should make food? Might be an idea. Since the last time I ate was at like 2 o'clock today. It's like 2 p.m. So it's been a good 8 hours since I last ate. But I have a really big issue with eating. Yeah, he will. Probably. No, I've always had an issue with, like, under eating. It's an issue I've always struggled with. I have so many issues. But that's okay. Everyone is good. Flaws and all. Derp. Flaws are what make you, you. Nobody's perfect. Ew. Man. Been lied to your whole life? What? Lied to about what? Nobody's perfect? Your flaws are what make you, you? It's true. Who are you without your flaws? Well, you're a perfectionist? I mean, you can be a perfectionist, but I'm sorry to break it to you. Perfection kinda doesn't exist in this world. No, not really. Name something that is perfect. Name one thing that is perfect. In being imperfect, it is perfect. Yeah, but perfection. But this mountain's at my window. Perfect. They're beautiful, but they're not perfect. Mountains have lots of grooves, lots of rough edges, lots of holes. They're not perfect, but they are beautiful. Some of them are probably dusty and sandy. If you made it perfect, it would be ugly. Yeah, true. Perfection just doesn't work in this world. So, honestly, dang, if my phone keeps falling down. Honestly, so striving perfection is sometimes fun. It can be fun and all, but I'd rather just. So I guess I'm also kind of weird because when it comes to perfection, I like seeing I like seeing the little things. I like seeing little imperfections. Hmm. Hmm. I I don't know. Are items perfect? That is a good question. Sorry, I'm like hyper fixating on my model's mouth right now because it is not. Oh, it's not moving. The mouth is not moving the way I want it to move. It's not moving enough because I messed with the settings and I messed it up. I don't know what I did. Anyways, my favorite things about like especially drawing. This is like one of my favorite things I found about drawing. Um, I like having little spots that aren't perfect because it shows more personality and my mouth is not moving at all. What the heck? My mouth? Hello? Midnight, stop it. Hey! Midnight, stop it. This dual sources. Um, what? Midnight.
On
Bro.
what?
What? I don't understand this model. Why is it being the way it is? I don't understand.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm probably.
Okay.
She's fine. Okay. Why?
No, I was talking to people.
Oh no, you're good. I figured you were probably gonna when my model's mouth is bothering me so much.
You thought I was gonna?
I figured you were gonna talk to like people for a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I did.
Yeah. Like I'm moving my mouth so much and my face is suddenly not picking up all of my mouth movements. I mean, it's kind of doing it. It's doing it better now, but it was doing it better, and now it's not.
Let me load up Twitch.
And I'm moving. I am moving my mouth a lot. Like my face hurts. My face hurts so much.
Also, hello, Frosty.
Have you really loud?
Because I switched over.
Yeah. It's a froggy. He's a little wiggler. He likes to wiggle.
So, I kind of had an idea.
What?
You have a Leah phone. Where's the Snecka phone?
If you want to stream, you can have a Sneckaphone. I mean, technically, I'm making you a live 2D model. I'm using.
I'm not a streamer.
You could be. Sneck stream when?
It's 20 minutes of just screeching.
Oh, I mean, it's SNASMR. Sneckaphonium. Too big to bring on set. We're too small. Like, Sneck is literally the size of that microphone. He's tiny. Well, technically, Sneck is whatever you think of him as. So if you think of him as tiny, he's tiny. If you think of him as, like, the size of a house, he big.
You're gonna hate me.
Why?
I'm booting up Soulstorm.
Does that mean we have to switch over to Soulstorm?
Does that mean you want to stream Soulstorm now?
Maybe.
Have you been waiting for me to come back just to ask me if you want to play Soulstorm?
You want to play Soulstorm?
I already have the lobby set up.
Dang. Maybe not for now. I have my snacks. Hold on, I have to figure out how to do something.
You're good. How about a 2v2v2? 4 teams of 2, you want to start off on that and just curb stomp them?
Sure.
Or do you want it on normal difficulty?
Oh god. I'm kind of curious to see what the max difficulty looks like.
We can try.
So I've learned something. Dawn of War, Soulstorm. Oh wait. That might be why. Hold on.
Are you looking for the channel? Or the,
To see if they have a category. They don't.
They used to. They used to.
I just type Soulstorm. Nope. I guess Warhammer category it is.
Oh, you want to put in Warhammer 40k dot, the 2 dots, not 40k, like 40,000 dot Dawn of War.
Just Dawn of War.
No. Yeah. Here, I'll DM it to you. This is exactly how they set the category.
Yeah.
The most annoying way possible.
Yeah, that'll work. That didn't need to be that difficult.
Yeah. Alright. AI difficulty set to insane.
Okay.
What? What should I be? Yeah. Is he even game captured?
It is now. Oh gosh. Okay. I don't want to bring her down a little bit. I don't really want to show her full tummy. And we have to bring... I have to bring the little snack back in. Whoa, that's big snack. There we go, little snack. Oh,
Welcome to 2008 or 2006.
I'm gonna turn my tail down. Oh gosh, my tracking died again. Hold on.
Are you ready to get steamrolled?
Yeah. As soon as I figure out why my tracking just completely died. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I haven't had that issue before, but now all of a sudden I've been having that issue. Okay. We're ready. Oh. Hold on, sorry guys. You can't see password.
They can't get in anyways, so you know, it's fine.
Oh my gosh. Did I break Dawn of War?
Hmm.
It doesn't like it whenever I tab out. Oh, it does not like whenever I tab out. Oh, it hates that. It hates that. It's fine. I'm gonna be a Night Lord. It doesn't really matter what I am because I'm just gonna die. We're just gonna immediately die either way. You mean I can't get in? Alright. We're about to find out.
Ready?
Yep. I'm ready.
This is 2 teams of 4, so
People actually play this difficulty.
yeah.
We're about to find out how hard this is. Because I can't beat standard.
Oh fuck. We're together.
Oh,
We gotta be quick.
I'm trying.
We are chaos. We can serve you. Chaos is strong.
It is an RTS. Thanks to Snack, I found a new love for RTS games.
Chaos is strong. We're here to serve, Master.
Oh yeah, you are right there. Do you want that point that's right in between us, or?
Yeah,
Okay. Now you debate on downloading.
For chaos.
Yay, you captured it for chaos.
We're here for the dark gods.
Build a listening point
We will
immediately.
build it for you. Anything for the great powers.
Generators. You need
But of
generators.
course, Master.
you need all the fucking power right now.
I'm going to bed, so
Our
Okay.
victory is assured.
I think she kind of wants.
You also have art.
You favor us with your attentions. How can
No.
I serve?
No.
We
Let
will
me
serve.
click the builder.
Bless us, great one. Grant us the power of the dark gods. Bless us, great one. But of
So far,
course,
this is okay. We're okay.
Oh, I'm gonna need help defending this area
Oh.
because there's only one way in.
Oh. I'll do my best. Where's my builder?
we will
Need a third,
serve,
you know where to find me?
and in return,
Fair enough.
grant us the power of the dark gods.
This is an old school.
Yeah.
Oh no, what are we fighting? There's Tau.
Hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Master. My life is forfeit.
The Green Horde approaches.
Yes, we will
Is that
work
orcs?
Orcs.
Yeah.
Hostile chaos are in the area.
You play Warcraft.
Chaos.
I think Frosty likes old school. I'm gonna make that a turret so I can at least shoot people with that. Sorry, leaps and bounds more advanced than StarCraft.
The original or StarCraft 2?
anything for the great powers. Thank you. Thank you, Master.
Power swords, plasma pistols.
I need help.
I'm bringing in a Chaos Marine now. I can send I can send cultists.
Yeah, please. My guardsmen are dying.
Sending cultists your way.
I already have 2 squads of Chaos Marines here.
Okay, I have some Chaos Marines now. Heck. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Sanity is for the weak.
Raptor squad.
Overtaking me. It is a good. Even a warped mind can see the
surprisingly enough, StarCraft was originally
Original.
based
Not
off.
talking.
Yeah. So the original StarCraft series was meant to be Warhammer, but they denied it.
Alright, I'm sending Chaos Raptors down now. Ah.
Sanity is for the weak.
Ah! Come on.
Hopefully my turrets are helping.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do you hear the voices too?
It's Dark Eldar and I'm saving your one Chaos Marine boy.
Now my 2 Chaos Marine boys. Oh, they killed all my... No, they didn't. Oh my gosh.
Chaos gods speak.
Yeah, that one's good.
Can't even Chaos Lord. Ah! Don't have enough to spawn anything in.
Don't worry, I'll hold the line.
No, I'd rather not have enemies. Enemies. We need enemies. Comes to old school, this seems fairly recent compared to your experience.
Oh, this was made in 2006. Like, this was the last expansion. The original game was made in 2002? 2004?
It is as though 1,000 mouths cry out in
It's not like Warcraft, where it's been around forever.
Ugh.
Yeah. So, StarCraft, like I said, StarCraft was meant to be pretty much the precursor to Dawn of War, but Games Workshop said no.
I have no points.
The wreck?
Yeah.
My guardsmen shall hold the line with their flashlight.
Oh, I only have Chaos Space Marines now. They killed my other boys. They killed my raptors. Oh, they killed all my boys. I'm spawning in a Chaos Lord now.
You should have enough.
And...
I just sent you some.
upgrade my
Oh shit, they have a
fortress.
sorcerer.
Oh shit. Oh no.
They broke through the line.
I see that. I feel like we're not getting desecrated as quickly right now. Or it feels like it's not as bad as when we were on standard. weirdly enough.
No, this feels pretty bad for me.
Bow to me.
Alright, I have a Chaos Sword.
I see with purpose.
Oh god. They're attacking my stuff now.
At least you.
Oh my gosh. There's so many.
They're deep striking enemies into the middle of our base.
Ah.
They have obliterators.
Oh my. Okay, this is pretty bad.
I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
My generators. Chaos Lord. He died within 15 seconds. Oh no. Oh, I'm fucked. He... Oh my gosh. Look at this swarm.
Mm-hmm.
Holy. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. So that's the max difficulty. That's crazy.
I think after playing that, we can play on standard.
Uh,
Nah, I'm joking. We're
I'm
playing on easy.
like that's speak for yourself, man.
Alright.
Or
You're playing Chaos.
For chaos.
Alright. I'll go Space Marines.
Imperial Fist?
I'm ready. Yeah, your favorite.
Whose favorite? Not mine. Certainly not mine.
bright fucking yellow. Oh, we're right next to each other again.
Yeah. You are mustard yellow.
Chaos is strong. You favor us with your attentions.
Could be worse. Could be neon green.
We are chaos.
True.
Chaos is strong. We will serve you, and in return, grant us the power of the dark gods. Whatever you desire.
We'll do whatever you desire. So, what is it you desire?
Pineapple.
Oh, we have pineapple in the fridge. I could go for some pineapple.
We're here to serve, Master. Our victory is assured. Of the Chaos Gods, Great One.
What's our allies? Oh fuck, we have one that does nothing and another that does nothing.
Bless us, Great One.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Eldari do something. I'm at Eldar.
Bless us, Great One. Thank you. Thank you, Master. We can serve you.
Capture that relic.
Eager to please.
We are eager to please. I love that.
Anything for the great powers.
I have to try to keep my voice down some. Let's have another builder.
We're here to serve, Master. Whatever you desire.
Oh.
I'm surprised you haven't tried to make your own color scheme yet.
Meh. Played around with it for like a couple minutes and then it's like, eh.
Not even one that's pink and teal?
Nah.
Our old foe.
Oh fuck, it's Eldar versus Eldar over there.
Mm.
Eldar crimes.
We're here for the dark gods. We're here for the dark gods.
We'll go over there with them.
What is your wish? Great captured it
Oh,
for
2 Eldar.
chaos. How can I serve? Enemies of the dark gods.
Gotta watch out for their craft worlds. They're being crafty.
Are they?
Whatever you desire.
Chaos Raptors ready to kill.
Hello, my raptor boys. Go ahead.
None can travel
Over
faster.
here.
We're here for the dark gods.
I need more. More points. Why are their feet like that? Look at them.
Which one?
Raptors. Look at them concrete grippers. See them toes? Look at them toes. Ew.
Oh yeah, because
They got
if you
Zinch
look
feet.
at them, they're not fully human.
They got Zinch feet.
They're meant to be more robotic claws.
Well, they have Zinch feet.
Okay.
The Chaos Gods speak clearly now.
We're gonna...
The Chaos Gods speak clearly now.
Whatever you desire. Yes, yes, we will work
It is
faster.
as though 1,000 mouths cry out in pain. Sanity is for the weak.
Whatever you desire. Anything for the great powers. Yes, yes, we will work faster. Whatever you desire.
That's why I'm not earning as many points.
Whatever you desire.
Didn't put listening posts on either of my points.
We're here for the dark gods.
Eldar times 3? We rolled a Eldar.
Anything for the great powers. But of course, Master. What is your wish, Great One?
I feel the warp overtaking me. It is a good pain.
We're here for the dark gods. My life is forfeit.
Fuck it.
But of course, Master.
Oh. I do need a Chaos Lord. Oh, I had an eyelash in my eye.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Whatever you desire.
Do I desire? A couple things. I desire a lot. fire.
And then the last player on the field is Tau.
We will work faster.
A machine pit. Where's all my builders?
We're here for the dark gods. Yes, yes, we will work faster. We're here for the dark gods. We serve.
The true power is here. Chaos is the only true answer. Bow to me. If that is your wish. I see
I touch you.
purpose.
No.
They hear their doom approaching.
You can go over there. Corn berserkers. Dang already. Corn berserkers.
My life is forfeit. Anywhere you like, Lord.
I think once I do the berserkers, I think I'm gonna go ahead and start taking stuff over. Getting me some more points.
For the slaughter! I am not your bootlick!
What if you are my bootlick?
This errand is beneath me! My abilities are at your disposal. Cross me and die.
So you have a sorcerer. Sorcerer buddy. Actually, no. More raptors. The filer now.
It is as though 1,000 mouths cry out in pain. You could possibly know.
Whatever you desire. Anything for the great powers. I swear to you, it will happen. Serve you, and in return, grant us the power of the dark gods.
Chaos is the
Anything
only
for the
true
great
answer.
powers.
We're gonna. This can go down. Oh.
If that is your wish. It will be done. Are you sure? Why should I? Under attack! We soar on wings of fire! We shall strike them from the skies!
I need to build more
We're here
generators.
for the dark gods. We will build it for you.
Oh wait. Ooh,
Whatever you desire.
I didn't want to build it there.
voices too? Guide me wisely.
Would you be surprised if I told you this is on standard?
Yeah.
But of course,
It's not,
Master.
is it?
Fucking no. It's confusing me because the Eldar are upgrading their squads and everything, and the Tau is actually coming out of their base.
Hmm.
Friends are here. The armored fist of chaos. After 1,000
No, it's on easy.
now what?
My life is forfeit. We will build it for you.
Friends are here. The armored fist of chaos.
My life is forfeit. Yes, yes, we will work faster.
Hell Talon operational. We are the flying scourge of chaos.
Oh, dang. I've never been low on power.
Hell Talon operational. We rain immolation from on high. Engaging engines.
We're here for the dark gods. We serve. Whatever you desire.
Remember, if you want to build more generators, just build more strongholds.
Yeah.
But of course, Master.
We are taking fire.
Where's my builder?
Bless us, Great One.
There he is. Build. Another
Yes,
turret.
yes, we will work faster.
Hmm.
right one. Thank you. Thank you, Master.
That's like heavy fire. You did nothing.
Did what?
They did nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
You're adorable.
No.
Yeah. I kick my feet when I play games with you.
I know you do.
Yeah. How do you know?
Because I witnessed it.
But you can't see me.
I witnessed it in the past.
Guys, he's spying on me. It's kinda cringe. Two more raptor squads. Actually, no. Squad and then a corn berserker. Yes. I'm sorry? What are you sorry for? Gonna have to side with Snick? What?
We are under attack.
Under attack? Are you
Anything
sure
for the
about
great
that?
powers.
Chaos Raptors ready to kill. What would you have us do?
Chaos Raptors.
None can travel faster.
We need enemies. The warp overtaking me.
We didn't
It is a
just
good
commit a
pain.
mass murder. I did not just commit a mass
For the
murder.
dark gods.
Okay.
Must obliterate.
All my boys,
It will be done.
come back. So I can accurately count my troops here.
Meeting resistance. I am not your bootleg. Don't provoke me.
He's so angry. Like, there's such angry
At your
boys.
command, fight on. It will be done.
Okay, who is it that isn't
The warp
assigned to a team
overtaking
here?
What you have us do?
It is a good pain. Yes. It is as though 1,000 mouths cry out in pain. Am power.
It's... Where's my Chaos Lord? Where's the Chaos Lord? I can't see him. Oh, there he is.
We rain immolation from on high.
Go tell him,
The
move out of
hell
the way.
talent cannot be stopped.
You rabble are undeserving of my presence.
One more Corn Berserker squad. Wanna learn how you did those sketches sometime? was faster able to hit them. Yeah, actually, I am actually, dang, 20% battery already. I've been recording the process, so I can, I'm very fast at sketching.
I am not your bootlick.
Okay,
I heard you the first time.
my boys are ready.
Hell Talon, ready to serve chaos.
More than you could possibly know.
As you command.
Teach you.
Do you hear the voices too? Enemies.
Wanna see something
We
cool,
need
guys?
This is the last time.
Guide me.
Give me
wisely.
1 second. Let me.
Must
Ready? He's a demon prince now.
show me the enemy.
Show you the enemy? Alright, let's go.
Enemies. We need enemies.
Don't provoke me.
To the enemies. Yes. He's a demon prince now.
It is as though 1,000
What about the
miles
bloody
cry out
thirster?
in pain.
I haven't spawned him yet.
We are taking fire.
It is as though 1,000 mouths cry out.
That's a
in
funny.
pain.
We are under attack.
You tried to summon a waifu? Sorry to hear about the failure. I have to do the thing again where I oh cool, they found the base. My thing's gonna crash out a little bit here. Fortunately, we have to switch back to standard cam. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, lag.
This errand is beneath me.
Player fucking defeated.
As you wish, but set us
Yep.
loose. Attack. Split them open.
We rain immolation from
Yeah.
on high.
Bloodthirster.
Don't provoke me. Don't provoke me. Don't provoke me. This errand is beneath me.
They really don't want me to
Don't
revoke
provoke
them.
me. As you wish, but set us loose.
I have set you loose.
I heard you the first time.
Well, dang.
This errand is
What?
beneath me.
Because I heard you the first time. Okay. Oh, hello.
We are taking fire.
This errand is beneath me.
You guys are just running right past it. Did you set an attack move, or did you just set them to move?
I just set them to move.
Attack move attacks everything on the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I found a web
It's
gate.
yeah. Alpha.
As you wish, but set us loose.
I heard you the first time. I heard you the first time.
Meeting resistance.
Don't provoke me. Don't provoke me.
Oh, Phoenix. Hi, baby. Hey, quit scratching up my couch. Hey, stop it. There's literally a scratching post next to my couch. Yay!
We did it.
We did it. You beat me in
I
all
doubled your
aspects.
I doubled your military.
Yep. You beat me in pretty much everything.
Alright.
I really should find something to snack on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm also done. I need to eat. I've been putting off food.
Yeah. Ah. Mm.
Yeah.
Ah, that was a lot of fun. But for while we sit here, we're gonna find a lovely unsuspecting victim to raid out on. To ew, that was my voice. So Wishful Guardian. Playing War Thunder. Who's that? Regath?
Mm.
We're gonna. This person's playing Repel. Let's rate this person. Because. Oh, it's Happy! That's who it is. It's Happy. But, thank y'all for showing up. I really appreciate it. You all have a good one. Bye bye.